Take a photo. And we are back to yay old instructions. We've actually got something done, and that was pretty fun. I like this kit so far. I would probably almost definitely buy another one, the hair and the look and all that, to build a full custom. But this one, I'm pretty dedicated to out of the box. So we need runners B, runners A. Alright. We should put this in alphabetical order, but I don't care. Runner B. There's just not that many runners to deal with. So for runner A, we want 2, 5, twice. Need a cut in front of Darkness D42 is now auto-hosting me. Thank you very much, Mr. Darkness. That is definitely much appreciated. So that's all cut out. 8 and 10. So 8 and 10. We've got little fringes here, and then we've got the big pigtails. Comes out quite well. Sweet. Shame I'm not using the larger cat ears. They're kind of cool. It is what it is. I have to stop and think for a second. And we got B15 and 16. 15, 16. Chop, chopped. We've got all that laid out. Quick photo. And we start removing all the nubs. And Mr. Kawaguchi, which I almost recite his name constantly as almost a religious figurehead, he says each kit has probably approximately 100 parts, some less, some more. If you pretty much build a variety of models or a certain type of models, it's probably safe to say that the average kit is 100 parts once it's all equaled out. Each part has approximately 3 nubs or runners leading or gates leading in from the runner. It's where the injected plastic goes through the mold, builds the frame, injects all the plastic into those areas. It's not there for the ease of the fun of the modeler, but more a important aspect of manufacturing. It just happens to be fun. So we've got all these parts on the runners. You cut them out. So you're doing 3 cuts, 100 times 300, and then you got 300 nubs to remove, and that becomes old fast. And if you can build an average of 10 kits a year, or 5 larger kits a year, so that's 300 times 10, that's 3,000. half of 3,000, 1,500. That's 1,500 nubs. If you count your lifetime of modeling, if you do it for a few years, let's say you model for 15 years in your retirement or something. So you've got 1,500 times 15, and that's all. That's all the nubs you'll be removing. If you're a higher output, you can do a slightly different math formula. So these parts are just stupidly small. So if you're looking in the camera, it's chopping all the nubs off and then just slightly buffing it with sandpaper. These parts are almost completely invisible, so I'm not giving it the full sanding treatment of all 3 layers. It's just enough with 240 to just get rid of that obvious nub. Realistically, even for the laziest modeler, you probably don't even have to go that far. You just chop the nub off too deep, scouring into the plastic, and just leave it too much. And it's too good, too good. Because that's a flat bit. Where is the glass file? Glass on glass sounds good. Nubs for days. Nubs is for days. I just couldn't believe that when Kawaguchi was talking about it and how he did it. He did it so fast. It was cut, 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 trim, trim, sand. But yeah, that's the math formula for cutting nubs for the rest of your life. I have not figured out the formula for myself because that's just daunting. That's morbid. Too much for me. The nubs on tiny, tiny, tiny parts, it is so annoying, it's not funny. When you're working with a part that's so thin, it could break under just tension of your fingers, particularly aerials and tiny machine guns for 70-second tanks or ships or whatnot. Generally, my go-to is cut it out with the God hands as close as you can, or cut it out leaving a bit of a gate, cut it closer. You get a knife and you put a new blade and then you just shear it off close to the surface and just leave it, and you just have one knife that has a fresh blade and it's only for fresh work, one knife that you abuse. When that wears out, you transfer the fresh knife to here and then the super fresh knife on the other knife. In the ideal world. But generally when I start a military kit, it's a new blade, so it's just, you know, shear away. But it is true. Nubs for days. And some of you guys are tuned into... it's like I always had the belief of video games are fun to play. And back in the 90s, 2000s, you go to your friend's house who has the newest game or the newest console, you watch them, you might be able to get 15, 20 minutes of play, you watch them for a few hours. And that was something. And nowadays, everyone's got the money, everyone's got all the consoles, but they're still tuning in on YouTube to watch people like PewDiePie or whoever the fuck play their games and whatnot. And I think that even though people complain about watching people play video games, people just like to watch. And especially if someone's grinding in the video game or doing a function that's just not fun or popular. And here I'm doing the equivalent of grinding in video game, grinding nubs for days. And some of you guys are watching it, which I shouldn't be hanging shit on the audience. You're here for me, and I'm here for me. But it is interesting. But if there's some sort of feedback or talking, or maybe other people have different ways of removing nubs. If there was someone online removing nubs, I'll probably jump in and watch and go, oh shit, he's doing it different to me. That's better. I want to try that. Or oh my god, this guy's doing it so slow. Here's a bit of a suggestion. This is how I do it, man. You gotta do it a little faster because it's a shit job. Volkson. Railings are the worst. I rather just spend the stupid amount of money on aftermarket PE than clean nubs from railings again. Yeah, my mate's into ships and he's obsessed with railings. I don't know. PE's a pain. Etch is a pain. The railings are a pain. I'm most likely to just have a sharp knife on hand, though. What would also be really good if you're shearing those nubs off is surgical scalpels. They are insanely sharp, sometimes a bit too sharp, that makes it even useful for modeling. If you just bought a surgical knife and had a fresh blade, that would just shear that with just no problems, quite easy. So that's another suggestion. But yeah, another thing that I just hate with nubs is the tanks with the individual tracks, and some of them glue or snap together or whatnot. Or you got one of those Takumi or Ming tanks that has about 3 parts each track. You snap it together. It's got articulation. Each of those tracks are joined by 2 to 3 nubs, and it's sort of the case of, oh my god, bust out the god hands, cut as close as possible, and fuck it. If there's nubs, there's nubs. Put the primer a bit thick. Hope and pray to God it's not visible. I'm not going to sand 200 bloody individual track links, but I haven't bought a Ming kit for that reason, which is a shame because it's got like Whippets and TF-17 and all these cool World War One stuff that I'd definitely love to sink my teeth into nice and hard. So that's all together. I've got these tiny little articulated joints. Do these little cute cat ear-ish hair ties, whatever. Doesn't really look like a hair tie as a man with long hair. But I suppose when it's all said and done and connected to the model, it's all okay. The plastic's got this almost nice frosted texture on it. Grips beautifully to paint, but it just looks fascinating. Still got that raised nub. Now, glass files. Glass files is just the shit. A friend of mine and I spotted it in a $2 shop. You'll see it in nail art or women who like to file their nails with it. It's just as smooth as the Tamiya file. And the Tamiya files are quite wonderful as well. And this is a bit more coarser and removes more material. I'm going to bust out the big Tamiya file. So that removes a ton of material. And then this is a lot finer than the Tamiya file. And it just does a beautiful job when it's wet. There we go. And in theory, it snaps in one of those halves. Except the joint is tight as fuck. Pop you out. And we'll somehow shave down the peg. So it's easier to connect in, and I can pull it in and out and paint it and all that sort of stuff. All making sure that the fit. And there we go. We got a nice fit. It doesn't fall out. Pops in, pops out. Don't need a part separator. Stick the bit of the pigtail extension. Very cool. And it pops out as it hits the ground. A little bit of paint can be used after it's painted, and it will be in there for life. The putty has skinned beautifully, so that's going quite well. And we shall keep up the fun. There we go. Another thing, if you snap and you're worried about stressing plastic and whatnot, and you've got a raised nub, these Tamiya files just shred plastic like crazy, and it doesn't really leave much scarring behind. And then you polish that with 1000, 2000 grit sandpaper, or hit it with the glass file. Shines up beautifully. Back to the point of the glass file. You can find them on eBay. You can find them in $2 shops. My little hobby shop, Salt Mine Hobby Shop, sells them as well for $5. Don't pay too much money for them. They're very, very cheap. And it's just an awesome, 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 awesome hobby tool. I just can't recommend them enough. And I like using mine. It's become quite a popular bit of kit among my kit for my kits. Ha! Triple pun. Terrible, 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 terrible. So that's nicely done. Nubs all file down. Chop it down further. File further. There we go. That's probably a tad too loose. It's almost falling out, but still works. No problems. A bit of glue for later. But that's the risk I take, and I'm pretty happy with that. You see, it just tilts a bit and it falls out. I definitely sanded it too much. Push it in hard enough that it's got a bit of bite, it definitely works. So we've got these fascinating, I love the molding. So where you see the nubs on each piece is where the mold will be. So we've got a 2/2 mold. Mold half, 1/2, 2/2, plastic going through there. And then here, we've got a hole here. And when the mold parts pull apart, that would shred this bit. So then there's a third bit, a sliding mold that sticks a peg right in there. So that does not have to be in 2 halves. Very, very clever. This is the telling of a telltale sign of being a very modern new kit. So you'll find this bit, wherever it be on the runner, would be near the edge, as so. And you can see that the runner curves around so that a sliding component go right through there. So that's a little bit of interesting knowledge when appreciating your models and reviewing it, how many sliding components are used. And sometimes when I talk to my friend Liam and we look at a set of runners, we can try to guess how many parts there were that were going in and out. It's very, very fascinating. Tooling it, designing it, cutting it, all that would be a bit on the complicated side. Also, you have to be a bit careful that where the 2/2 of the molds are, it may leave a raised parting line. Sometimes where there's a sharp edge to the kit, that's where the two will join, and the parting line is a part of that edge, so you don't have to remove it. There is a slight edge to the hair follicle, so that does not have to be removed. It will not be noticeable during painting. And I put my little bit of sandpaper somewhere while talking, and it's peeved me. There it is. So we can sand the nub. And this, my friends, is how you can spend an hour of a stream, or an hour and 10 minutes, mostly talking about cutting parts out and removing the nubs. So this is probably far more in depth than anyone really needs to know about modeling. Though, hey, it is fascinating and interesting. It's a bit of an insight. And there is a reason why I'm really fascinated about the mold making, the molding aspect and all that. Some of my closer friends will have an idea, and it will be made clear sometime in the future to everyone why this sort of stuff I'm heavily researching, taking an interest in, and reciting facts out of the top of my head for the benefit of the stream, and just trying to be entertaining and talking enough. And then polish. Nub number 2. Bang. There we go. Notice Meads. He's a YouTuber, gunpla guy. When I was looking at the analytics for my last video, notice he does. He's got a review of all the Arm Frame Girl kits, and I need to watch his videos for that review. I think they'll be pretty spot on and good. I remember back in the day when he used to review SDs and all that sort of stuff, and his painting and modeling it's really tight. It's on point. And he's doing pretty good reviews, so I reckon he would be like the guy to go to for your reviews for your Arm Frame Girls, snap painted and whatnot, especially if he's modifying and all that jazz. I've also had one guy that was really keen discover me and was asking if I modify them and whatnot. And realistically, I got a feeling I'm probably going to like the show. I love the box art, and I build and paint them as close to the box art as possible. But there is a chance that I'll most likely revisit some of them and do off-the-wall crazy customs. That could be a lot of fun. And even though you see me swapping between the sandpapers, I do it quickly and knowingly because they're all notated. Very, very useful. I covered that in my sanding video tutorial. People like sanding sponges, people like sandpaper, people like files. I always like sanding paper folded in half a few times. Sometimes it's just a few hard areas to sand a nub or a bit of detail, but everything else just can't quite get to. And whatever tool that seems to be easiest and you just feel that you're dry reaching towards immediately, generally that is the correct tool, because you got all these tools, and whatever you just subconsciously reach towards, most likely you are right, especially the more kits you've built and the experience you have. I just want to make sure I've got the orientation correct, because I've forgotten which numbers for what. Generally it goes something like this. There we go. It pops on, and I almost didn't want to do the pigtails. Not a big fan of it. It's a bit young, a bit girlish, but it's kind of cool with the articulation and whatnot. So I guess it's something to stay with. A bit of weight, yeah, it's starting to fall out a bit, but it's just, and even though I'm going to be plugging him in and out about 1 billion times, with painting, assembling, and gluing later, it'll be so much easier. Mokanaman, Mekimasume kits in our future. Your friend, the Japanese Sandman, has started watching. Hello, Japanese Sandman. And there's a picture of a girl, or I don't know, something like that. Yeah, he's a cool dude. Oh, no, wait, that's not a part of the same comment. So, Japanese Sandman is starting to watch me, and Mekimasume kits in our future. Yeah, I reckon it's going to be a lot more. There has been kits in the past. There's been a few resin ones. Bandai made one in like the 80s, late 80s, probably very early 90s. I've got them. They're the Arm Frame Girls. Not Arm Frame Girls. The Armored Lady. Armored Lady. So it's not even girls. Armored Lady. I can't pull it out of... It's in my stash of boxes there. It's somewhere in the bottom. I don't want to pull it out, but it's something that I will build in the future. And I think when Mekimasume kits really take the peak, building some of the stuff from the late 80s, early 90s will be an absolute thrill. because that's where the first future kits came from. AMX 004G QBLA mass production type build, or I write. Start writing, buddy, because I'm not building it today. I'm building this. Though the progress on it is going really, really well. Probably seen the last video. I can pop it out now, but it's about 1,000 parts in plastic bags. So yeah, sorry, buddy. But do remember, when I start doing the resin casts and whatnot, I'll shoot some of the parts in your direction. I think you'll definitely enjoy those. At the moment, it's all about Innocentia. I think it's very cool. I also wanted to bring this up with you, Japanese Sandman. They've almost got a QBLA-esque look to one of the new petite bear guys. It's got like Flamingo's face and a few almost QBLA-like parts. I don't know if you count that as a QBLA kit, so that could be very interesting and fun. Also, I'm looking at doing a backpack cheap quick tour or run around for a few weeks in Japan, maybe this December, January. If I do that, I'll give you the heads up, man. That drinking session we had at the shitty izakaya with the Dr. Pepper highballs, that was sweet. That was a good night. I also remember drinking at the train station and then just swaying and just being absolutely gutted on the train. Was a lot of fun. Definitely got to do that. But I've come across plane tickets by AirAsia. It's going to be a shitty experience. Though I can fly to Osaka or Tokyo for something like $400 or $500. It's if I have to go to Osaka, it's a few hundred bucks by Shinkansen to Tokyo. Yeah, that's going to be awesome. Ruben definitely has to come along. I'll definitely message you. I remember Ruben shot a video of us mucking around in that izakaya. He needs to release some of that footage. It's pretty gold, though I know he's been pretty heavily focused and hell-bent on Star Wars kits. And I don't blame him. Those things are popular and awesome. I hope those will come to Australia at some point. I do have some sticking around somewhere. I really should dig into it. So what I'm thinking is I'll finish this hair follicle and I'll go for... I need to piss that. Actually, no. I'll do it now. We don't want accidents. Accidents are no good. And how does everything come into a complete... there it is. Yeah, he never did upload that video in the pub. Yeah, he should, man. That was funny. Unless we're so drunk, incoherent, and crazy that it probably just made absolutely no crazy sense. Or maybe we dropped real names or shown real faces or something. That could be a possibility. Or Ruben got drunk and forgot about it. So the whiteboard I got, which is really cool. I can draw theories and whatnot. So if I'm talking about a nub, a gate, and a runner, I can talk about, so if that's the part, that's the runner, that's the gate, I could talk about where I cut here. So we got that left on the part, and then you can cut here, and you're left with something like that, and you just trim it. That's just a raised line, and then you sand it, and it's down to nothing. So we can talk about stuff like that and draw really cool pictures and all that sort of stuff. I could do that in YouTube. I could do that anywhere. Thought that could be really fun. It was great. You did the intro, No Shit for Brains or Children or Republic. I've always wanted to do that. And a really cool thing was meeting Robot Adventures himself. Being pulled out of Ruben's bag and picking it up and holding it and stuff. That was like a massive thrill. It's almost like, meeting a celebrity or something. Yeah, Republicans. So, I'll be back in 5 minutes. I need to get a drink. I need to go to the toilet. I need to stretch my legs. Been here for an hour. So very quick. You guys can go on the toilet break too. I'm back. So I almost finished step 2, and it's about an hour and a half in. Step 1 took almost an hour. Step 2 took a little less than that. The process of speeding up is pretty apparent, but we didn't have to set up, and we didn't have as many parts to deal with, so it will be different from part to part. Bum, bum, bum. As I'm looking at the chat and all that, mentioned at the start of the video, got the laptop next to the other laptop city. I've actually never had two laptops of mine operate next to each other. I'm watching Chobits, a very, very old anime. And it's just low volume, so you guys can't hear too much of it. Not so much so you guys can't hear it, but so if, you know, there's any copyright problems or whatever, it should be so distorted and problematic that it's not going to pick up. It's a really good show, though. It's nostalgic. It's probably not very good by the stuff by today's standards, but nostalgia always kicks in. But I think in the end, they're also a pretty good story. The sandpaper is starting to lose its grit. It's not removing as much material. Cheap. Yeah, you can probably hear that. I wish I could almost show it on screen so you guys could see what I'm seeing on the other screen, and it's sort of like when I get boring, you guys can watch the show as well. But I'm pretty sure that streaming copyrighted material and all sorts of stuff like that would be definitely somewhat of an issue. Nonetheless, most people, when they watch streams or this sort of stuff, they probably got another video open or a video game or modeling themselves or something. So it's very interesting. Well, it's not really interesting, but it's just everyone's got their own different way of consuming media. It's almost like when you're watching a YouTube video, you're also probably modeling and you're probably doing housework and you're probably doing your accounts and homework and a thousand other things. And these really cool pigtails are done. Cool. Finished. Huh. Interesting. So there's a shit ton more steps. Fair enough, fair enough. We're after runners A and runners B. So we set this aside somewhere up here so people can see the project if they're jumping in. If you have jumped in the stream, hello, welcome to the stream. We're building Innocentia, the frame arms girl. B and A. There is a shop called B&A Hobbies. 14 and 13. I'm always quiet and focused when I'm cutting parts out to make sure I'm not cutting out the wrong part or anything crazy like that. Why do you have two parts exactly the same, or almost exactly the same, and one's a 6 and one's a 9? You'd so easily cut the wrong one out. I want the 9. So, extra focused on that. There we go. Got the right one out. But I could see the cutouts in the hair, so that works out pretty well. And we've got two fringe sides, which there's two sets of fringes, one shorter, one longer. 17 and 15. We're generally probably going for the longer ones, which is good. There's another set of fringes because I do want to give one of these sets of hair to a friend of mine. I think you can definitely find use for it. There we go. So we got the 3 sets of parts laid out. I'm probably going to need a head soon too, so I'm going to have to bust out one of those plastic ones and figure out which head I'm going to murder. A very thick injection molded bit, so that's kind of cool. Yeah, this guy's got a boner for his teacher. That's awesome. I condone that. Yeah, she's got some pretty funky hair, so I condone that for sure. Very cheerful hello. So definitely tonight, I want to get this thing done by Easter Monday. It's 12:48. Easter Saturday. I'm probably going to wake up sometime in the afternoon and keep going. I don't have any work. I've got no family commitments. I've got nothing to do. So I thought, big modelling marathon. It's going to be kick-ass. Hope I don't burn out. That would suck. If I burn out, I'll just give up, I suppose. I'll eventually finish the model, but it'll be sort of like, nah, I'm not going to model for like 5 to 10 hours every day. That's crazy. Sleep and watch TV, drink, eat, whatever. But it'd be really cool to have a kit finished, done, displayed. Frame arms girl thing. Very recent kit too. I mean, to buy a recent kit that's just been released, have it in hand, have it built and painted, and on the channel and stuff, that would be pretty crazy. Yeah, I'll see if I can do that, and then I'll make the video on Monday, Tuesday, and release it, and that could be kind of really sweet, and have it released a week after Easter. So building one of the greys, the new RE 1100 kits by Bandai. Really impressive stuff. Minimal parts, great inner frame, great articulation, great detail. Comes together. Love the proportions. Though due to a lower parts count, a lot of sliding molds and all that, the flash lines are just so many of them. And I spent a good up 10 hours alone just sanding flash. And flash is something that get removed, sanded away, and cleaned consistency all the way around. Especially if you're going for a metallic finish or a gloss finish, is absolutely infuriating. And sometimes I'm thinking maybe removing all the flash was in vain because the armor is going to be completely covered up. Holy shit. So this girl has popped into Chobits. I think it's episode 3. And I think she's sort of like the lolly romantic interest. And she's got the same hair as Yukari from Girls and Panzer, which I've just finished her figure. So I've been looking at the thing forever. And this girl popped up, and it's like, it's not even an original character. It's stolen from another show. That is somewhat interesting. Fuck those pigtails. Let's keep them separate. Yeah, so that fits pretty interestingly. And these just probably pop in there or something like that. Yeah. I don't know. I'll clean the bits up before I test bit. Get rid of those crazy nub marks. Would end up being the first YouTube video of this kit, I'd guess. Nah, someone will do a quick rough snap and get it out there quickly to cash in on the views. I'd imagine someone would do that. Though if it was one of the top first 3 or 5, that would be kind of cool. But I definitely agreed not to do the whole chasing of new releases, as it's a fight you can never win. As a YouTuber point of view, I've done it a couple of times and benefit from it, but the stress of it is just too high. Though building this in one sitting just for fun, and it just happens to be finished in time, that could be pretty cool. So just instead of having the focus of wanting to have this done as soon as possible, it's more of a case of hey, this is here. Hey, I've got a few days off. Let's do it. And that's kind of cool. Though the painting stage is going to be the crazy one. That's what makes me think that I won't do it. So I blush and shade the flesh and shade the body and all that sort of stuff. And to finish Gorai, Gorai was about 7 to 8 months. Not consistently, but just a little work here, a little work there, break, a little more work, break. And I kept all the parts in little Ziploc bags. But Gorai was a much bigger box, and it had a lot of parts, a lot of versions, all that sort of stuff, a lot of articulation. This one is very, very simplistic, so that is definitely on my side. So the dude in the show's gotten a part-time job. That's kind of cool. But the office looks like a layout of the school offices that you see in other shows. So that's pretty funny. Doesn't fit there, so it's got to fit here. And there's another candidate for a little bit of putty work. That joint looks pretty terrible. So let me just do a quick test. Fit. Yeah, we definitely need to ram a little putty in there. But how it's raised and hides the line here is pretty clever. So that's kind of kick-ass. Break out the glue. Tank tread rollerblades for the win. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen the show, but I saw a little gif of those tank track rollerblades. I thought that was pretty cool, and it's already got the articulation and playing with my Gorai. It seemed to be able to do that. Yeah, that is very, very, very cool concept. I'll probably wait until there's a lot more episodes come out, but I've got an inkling. It's very build fighter gunpla ish, but I think it's going to be a fun series. The last toy commercial anime series associated with Kota Bakir and Tommy was Zoids, and that's a great show. It's bad, but it's pretty good. You love the mechs, you love the concept and the universe and whatnot. And Build Fighters is just going to be just as silly and just in your face. Buy this stuff. This stuff is really cool. And people are always forever loving Zoids and can't get enough of Zoids. There we go. Bit of super glue. But I'm pretty terrible. I haven't even seen Kantai Collection yet. I really need to go around to watch that. Yeah, I'm sitting here and I'm watching something that's ancient. Okay. Very cool. Let's a quick look at this part. Alright, so there's a peg sticking out. That could be attached to that for painting. Oh yeah, those two. But I was talking about the Gorai. Yeah, I know what you mean. I think I will buy another Gorai and build another Gorai kit, but the Gorai came out good. I'll grab my Gorai anyway. Well, there we go. Gorai. Maybe I'm mispronouncing it. I don't know. Let's get the not watching the anime. There probably is a different pronunciation to it. Maybe making an absolute ass of myself, and yeah, making that video. Sometime in the future, there could have been 1,000 people commenting, you don't know what you're talking about. You're a fucking idiot. But whatever. It's all right. I built the model. That's kind of enough. Man, I was really happy how that came out. I'm not putting her away. I'm gonna have it out on display for yeah, quite a while. I think just too much fun. I've got my painted Super Fumina near it, and it's just the two don't really compete. Even though I put a bucket load into the Super Fumina, which I bought Gorai as Super Fumina came out in Japan. So I picked up Gorai in Garai is the only one I got the recolor kit for. Yeah, it's in like the Japan Self Defense Force color scheme with a few markings or something. My mate's shop was selling that. The reason why I think I'll buy another one is so I can get the recolor for and paint it in the recolor look. Though also there is the Garai and that really giant super armor power suit thing. That power suit kit is very underwhelming. Lots of problems, very bulky, lacks detail. Though I think with a lot of work in it and Gorai stuck inside it, that could be really, really, really cool. But I don't know if I'm up for that challenge. That would take up a substantial amount of time. And the bulk of my modelling time is put aside for the next 15 months is finishing that Q Ballet. And saying that is going to trigger Japanese Sandman. Seriously, Japanese Sandman's channel is really cool. It's not really active at the moment, but there is a backlog of videos. It's worth jumping on YouTube and checking it out. He's a pretty cool modeler. There's a couple of custom kits too as well. Very, very awesome stuff. Fuck. This is almost like when I build with friends or buddies or clubmates and stuff. We just sit around, talk and build, and sit here talking, and got some text appearing from the chat, and yeah, it's pretty fun. It's 1 in the morning in my country time. No one is coming over or going out or doing anything with anyone, but over the line, online, it's pretty cool. I suppose some people do modeling over Google groups or chats or something like that. But here, I'm just sort of underdressed, unkept. Can't really tell that through the camera. It's all fun. But with this stream, definitely intending to have a very, very long stream, testing out the longest I could probably tolerate doing something like this. I think the longest stream I pulled looking at the backlog of videos and the PhD Manchild is probably close to the 3-hour limit. I want to smash that. I want to see if I can do something stupid like double or triple that 8-hour stream. And that way it goes over multiple time zones and whatnot. People could just log in, lock out, and have a look. So maybe I should do it on YouTube. I don't know. I haven't decided. I thought on Twitch it's a different, interesting platform. It's a bit removed and I get a bit more freedom. Freedom is actually the action of freedom and not the stupid Gundam. So, got all that test fitted. It's a bit tight. I think I'll just file it down a bit just before I glue it, so I don't mess up. Oh, I got a bad case of the gas. Seafood dinner. Yeah, that's a much better fit. So don't know why that fit wasn't the best. Gee. Gee. Ever been active for like 2.5 years? Or 2 years? Japanese Sandman. Got bored. Needed motivation. You and Robot Adventures convinced me to start up in the first place. I recently finished the QLE Mark II Peru to 1144 version, including the funnel display. Piece of shit. Oh, that's a shame to hear. Review it, man. Just bust out the camera, show it around, talk for a bit, upload that bad boy. It's a piece of shit. I think people need to hear that from the QLA master. Yeah, your content was cool. I know Too Old for Toys loves it too. He hasn't been too active either, but he's got a kid and whatnot. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the day for his YouTube return. There we go. But it's interesting that back in the glory days, 3-4 years ago, when everyone was active, is who's around, who's gone, who started up. There's a few people still around. There's a few people from the very old guard that's gone. There's a few new people. It's always changing, but I think I'll be around. The kit is sweet. The funnel display shit. Oh, the P Bandai Gentai funnel display. Well, that's a shame. Wait. I was thinking for funnels, I've got this 3D printing pen. So you put 3D printing filaments in the pen and you can draw stuff and whatnot. I'm thinking if I put clear filaments in there, I could do like funnel effects, like they're flying around and all that sort of stuff, and then contour it and shave it down with a small pin so it fits with a funnel. So with my Cube Alley display, I'm going to have these clear streams of jet and then airbrush it so there's a bit of white coming out like a vapor trail. And that's how I'm going to display some of the funnels on my QLA display. I thought that would be very, very neat and very, very cool. Come to think of it, I don't think I've ever seen a review or anything on YouTube of the um, funnel display. Now, that's probably obviously clear because I haven't really been watching much modeling content on YouTube. Sounds really nice. Can't wait to see it. Yeah, it's going to be pretty wicked. The 3D printing pen itself is pretty cheap. I bought it off eBay. I think it was like 20 something dollars. Probably closer to the $30 mark. And when I bought it, the power supply just went, and that pissed me off. And even though I could get another power supply or whatnot, I complained to the eBay. He apologized. So he said he'll send another one. I was like, yeah, whatever. Put the 3D pen aside, waited for the next one to come. He sends me a whole nother 3D printing pen and power supply. And that power supply worked. I was like, oh man, that's sweet. So I gave my other pen to a friend and hooked him up with a power supply as well. Putty. So Cheese trying to put on a t-shirt. And he thought he was going to take it off. And there was going to be like some animated poon on screen or something. I don't know. Typical etchy shit. Oh, she's talking now. Sort of pay attention to the show, stop paying attention, and it's yeah, it's slowly progressing. The drawing art style and detail is definitely a lot more simplistic and different to what I'm used to now with a lot of the shows that are coming out from the very little that I actually get to see. Okay, there's a little putty there with that skin and harden. And sand at a later stage. And we're almost 2 hours in. Head's not even finished. Head's the tricky part. Torso's the trickiest part. Arms and legs just comes together. I've got a scented candle in the background too, so the smell of that is starting to kick in. The problem with the scented candles are I'll do a small session of half an hour, a couple of hours. And just as it kicks in, then I'm sort of done what I'm doing. And it's just like, shit, can't enjoy it. So now if I'm floating around for a bit longer, yeah, I get the full experience of it. Should have put a hot thing of tea on too. Back to the old classic of removing nubs on tiny pieces. Now, the interesting thing, and I suppose is really fascinating, is I don't time myself when I model, and I lose track of how long time takes and things happen and whatnot. And knowing that the stream started 2 hours ago, and it's got a finished head, and I got footage from a while ago of still sitting as runners. That's pretty cool. Japanese Sandman. I consider doing an epic return to YouTube and review the display. I have 3 of those for the 3 new QBLA 1144 versions, which I also have, of course. So, yeah. Are you still ever going to consider buying the G System resin QBLA that goes for like many hundreds of dollars if the money was ever accessible, or just not buying anything for like 6 months, a year, and picking it up and just working on a monster resin kit for a period of time? That could be pretty epic, especially for YouTube. But that's yeah, probably a bit too much. So I'd admit that a G System kit would probably also be a bit too much for me where I'm at the moment. But sometime in the future, a G System kit could be cool. How the fuck does this work? Wrong end of the instructions. There we go. Clicks in. Ruined the putty on the other half. I'm going to have to reapply that putty. And now the part is too stiff in. I'm going to have to remove it, clean it, and put it back. I've always considered, but can't justify the cost, or at least justify it to the wife. Yeah, that could be a bit interesting. You're going to have to be on your best behaviour and not skip out on clean up the streets day or that thing. I remember the text messages that you were citing back to us was pretty amusing. I still felt really bad for you then, and even to this day, I still feel bad that you got into quite a bit of trouble due to your excursion. I definitely hope the fun was worthwhile. So now Chi is out on a journey, and this is the mythical special episode where she goes out to purchase underwear for herself because her owner is too chicken shit to buy underwear. And she's just like marching down in a brown dress, just chanting panties, panties, panties. Pretty funny. I need to move my legs around. I gotta fall asleep soon, so I'll stand up and shake about a bit. Might stand and work for a few minutes. I think I was sitting in a funny position. Can't sit for too much. You just stand up and do stuff from time to time. Okay. I'll just rapidly sit down and stand up till it's all good again. Fuck. The part flipped over my hand. always, always getting into some sort of difficulty. Okay, so clean up this bit. No, wait. First we'll apply the other blubber putty. Then we'll clean up that bit. Whoa. Sexual harassment panda. um, Now, since these parts are going to be very, very snug with another part, I'm going to make sure that the nub is definitely well and truly removed. And probably slightly bit more excess of plastic. Oh, arm's a bit sore for some reason. Hand, arm, whatever. It's sore. Don't know. What was I doing yesterday? Modeling a lot. Modeling a lot today. There we go. Okay. Now this is also the peg that's going to stick in there somehow. So instead of making the mistake I made last time, ram it in there and trying to pull it out again, I'm going to file it down sufficiently. Okay. So that's nicely filed down. Let's file down the side of it as well. Alright. We shall stick it in without interrupting with the putty, without causing any other problems. Yeah, it slid in beautifully. Now, in theory, all slide in nicely, and it does beautifully. There's a bit of a seam for the fringe, but that seems to be acceptable. It has to be there, so it's not a problem. But everything's filed down to the point where the joint is very, very tight. A bit of PVA glue once it's fully assembled and done. That should be the go. So there we go. We're going to have to ram a face in there at some point. Though I believe we're going to have to assemble some cat ears. And we're looking at A parts, J parts. Oh, they're two different versions of cat ears. Now, this one has like really small ones, really big ones. I will. Let's have a look at the box art. Hmm. Hmm. I'll go fucking just do the big cat ears, I think. So many to choose from. Yeah, so for the first one, we'll go for A runners and J runners. I want to see what the smaller ones are like as well, so we'll pull that out. I keep looking at the box here. The box also has the example. No, I found the part that I'm after. So I'll just put the little inserts. Yeah, that's a shame. They couldn't make a decision, so I'll have to stick to the most basic and plain ones. That's alright. We'll get some faces. Comes with a lot of hands, come to think of it. We'll use the fleshy hands. Oh, wait. So we got multiple mouth types and one with an open mouth. So the head needs nothing done to it. Japanese Sandman was AFK for a bit, pinching a loaf. Did I miss anything? No, not really. Just more on the hair. Crap filling with what I'm watching at the moment. Just about to have the head completely finished, which is just head, and I almost ruined the patty. I was also thinking, if you use reference images for your Kibale parts from that old xenography figure with the mass production conversion parts, sorry, still thinking about the Kibale, no shocker. So far, all my references has been pulled off Gundam Wiki, which is the version run by Gundam Info and not Mecha HQ. And they've actually provided me with enough pictures and imagery that's given me a side, front, back view that I haven't had the need to buy a book or anything like that. So it's worked out quite well for me. And yeah, I will get it pretty accurate to the Zeta, not the Zeta version, but when it appeared in Unicorn for Marita's use when she was Pluru 13 or whatever color, whatever number she was. So the research stage has been done long ago. Um, there we go. So make sure it comes out again. It can. Goes back in, and the head clicks in very, very nicely. The ear bits, or the top bits, has fallen out again. It's probably a bit too loose, but once it's all assembled, should not be tricky at all. But yeah, with the mass production QBLA, I do spend a lot of time thinking about it, and I'm pretty sure that the finished result will be very good. Ghost of Xeon with his SMS paints released this really nice pearlescent purple-blue colour. And I'm pretty sure that will be a factor with a lot of gunmetal. So it's going to be very, very dark, high sheen, high gloss, polished paint scheme. The paint scheme might be a bit artistically rendered from the anime, but I definitely want something that's going to be an eye catcher. So, yay! All together. Got a head. we have a head. Pretty awesome. Just need to put the little, whatever the fuck these things are called. And yeah, it's all pretty promising. Fuck. Shit, I almost lost a bit. Don't want to lose a bit. I've actually got another Gorai in my roof. Got 2 Gorai kits. I remembered why, because I bought in Japan the aftermarket Gorai set that's in resin. It's very expensive. It's about 6,000 yen, but I bought it cheap at about 3,800 yen. Still insanely expensive. But there's a lot of flesh components to dress down Gorai further that it's virtually down into like mechanical underwear or something. It's really, really cool. So, yeah, that's something I want to build too, which definitely involves revisiting Gorai. But yeah, there'll be 2 versions of Gorai, so that may be a reason why I won't be buying a 3rd one, because then that's going to be a bit interesting. Now, with all the arm frame girls and stuff like that, the aftermarket Gorai, I don't think many people get access to that, because Kodo only did a very, very small run of it. There we go. So the little insert goes in. Dun, 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 dun. Yo. Yo. There we go. A bit of fine cutting. Bit of glass file action. And I think this sandpaper I'm using has almost completely had it. It's going to have to be chucked out and replaced with newer sandpaper. Shouldn't be so stingy with sandpaper. Let me... Okay. Alright. Winning. So, quickly chuck in the pigtails. Cut us a photo. And we can go to the next step, which, thank God, the head is finally completed. Oi. Fuck. Okay. Right. So that could sit there and dry. Head is all done. And it looks like I've gone through heaps of pages of instructions, but not really, because it's all options for different heads. And the rest of it is torso and arms. So the next step is shoulders. It's very similar to the other two I've done. So that's not a big deal. And the torso practically looks exactly the same, taken from the same model. Let's do some torso. H. H, H, H. Senpai. Wait, there's one more. H. 6. H. 6. Don't want to miss any parts. Now, when I was talking about God hands, this is perfect. So you can see how the part is pretty straight. When I cut it, it distorts, and where it is on the gate there, stretches it. So it's already left a stress mark, and already made the colour a bit discoloured. When I cut here, fuck! My part just fucking shoots into the ether and disappears. And I'm going to be spending, hopefully, the next few seconds, and not hoping the next few minutes or however the fuck long, to look for it, because it's a part that does not come in multiples. And this is something that's shitty because it was used. Please bear with me. I'm going to go look for my part. There we go. The thing is in Darwin by now. No, man. Darwin is in that direction. It's shot towards Antarctica. Unless it's gone so far, it's gone around the world and all the way till Darwin. Oh, this is fucking impossible. I'm gonna go get a flashlight. I'll be back. Alright. This is ridiculous. Ah, you're getting fucking kidding me. Found it! You would not believe how far it travelled from where it was supposed to land. It was crazy. Ah, absolutely crazy. The whiteboard's cool though. And I made a complete mess of everything. There's crap everywhere. Whatever. Mm. I don't even remember where my train of thought was, I suppose we'll start from scratch and get straight into cleaning. For those that will probably watch the recording much later, they'll get quite a bit of a chuckle out of it. Cleaning up more nubs, making sure the articulation works a treat. Sanding it up a storm. And the next cut. GG. So with the shoulder. So the shoulder and the torso are very, very similar to each other. Meaning it's already pretty well designed and whatnot. We get them all assembled. The torso and the shoulders do have seam lines. They need to be filled. They need to be glued, sanded back and painted. Being fleshy bits, anywhere that has flesh, it definitely shows off very, very prominently. And wanting to do some gloss work and all that sort of stuff, definitely looking at keeping it up to scratch. So flip that around. Okay, cut. Send and fix. There we go. I was talking about painting flesh with a few people. And with the colours and tones, you sometimes have to stretch out of the colour titles, what's called flesh and what's not. And there's a few good tones that are a bit more of the tan variety, besides the colour tan. There's sail colour sand, very light browns that you can put down on first, shade with flesh, and then highlight with character flesh. Once you start getting a tad darker and then lightening it up, there is a lot more definition there. So I want to try that with this kit here. We'll be using a different tone. It's actually interesting watching this now. The guy made a comment that he's in a bookshop buying Chi a book. And the book is crazy expensive. And being in Japan, yeah, for some reason, books are crazy expensive. Don't know why. Maybe it's print media is struggling or something, but it's still very popular. There we go. Wonder how I'm going to cover the airbrushing. I might take the camera off, put it on the tripod, and see how that goes. That could be kind of fun. I won't be able to see the chat screen, but it's going to be interesting enough. But just having every minute of a kit being built filmed is definitely an interesting experiment. So we'll keep it up. Try to get it built very shortly, and then we can focus on painting. Painting shouldn't take too long, but if I'm going to have the same detail as I did with Gorai, yeah, it's not going to be a too quick of a process. Assembly or final assembly may not be covered on camera, as I like to allow a little time for my paint to dry before I handle too much. I'll see how I go because I don't want to ruin anything, especially with the amount of work going into it, how much of a nice kit, how much I paid, all that sort of stuff. These arm frame girls are not cheap kits. They're really cool though, really, really cool. Okay. But with the stream, we're only 2.5 hours in. We've got plenty of energy, plenty of time. See how it goes. Hopefully by tomorrow, or tonight, we'll do all the seam line filling and all that jazz. By tomorrow, hopefully, priming and some base coating could start. And that would be very, very, very cool. So I can't airbrush here. So what I'll have to do is set this up over my shoulder and definitely see how that carries on and if it's worth doing in the future. Kind of cool if it was all wireless and stuff. So you could put it there, put it here, put it where, put it everywhere. Now, I bought a cable long enough to drag it to where I am. So, but then I've got the issue of what to put into this camera. So what I might try to do is rig up my whiteboard. So it could be like somewhere over here, and it'd be like airbrushing, can't read chat, or some crap like that. Mmm. Oh, get fucked. Get fucked. Luckily, I saw where it landed. Dropping parts will always be an issue. Alright. So widen these little holes. Snap, glue, super glue, putty. Let's set. Magic process. A lot of steps. Takes a lot longer than it really needs to. But in the end, it's all definitely very worthwhile. Okay, I just have to make sure I'm assembling it in the right direction, especially if super glue is going to be involved. Yeah, I think that's right. Wait. Got to widen the hole. Yeah, because we're gluing very closely to articulated points, I take off most excess glue from the brush. I'd rather take more time and do it a lot slower than having too much glue squirt out. And I think I put too much glue in the hole after I was saying that as a warning. So you could soak that up with a tissue. Bit of accelerant, make sure it dries nice and quick. Move it around, make sure we don't have any glue on the articulated point, which looks like we don't. Let that set for a few seconds, do the other one. It's going to only need the tiniest amount of super glue to make sure that the seam will not split again, or ever. So that was a bit nerve-wracking. Gee. Tiniest dribble of super glue. Nowhere near the edge, nowhere near anything important. I'm not even squeezing, I'm just allowing gravity to push it through. There you go. Just tapping it, not really even squeezing. It's like almost a siphon process. Let that sit for a few seconds. I got a beard hair on my putty. That's kind of funny. Looks like a pube in my putty. There we go. Time for torso. Now we need the H runners and the F runner. I'm probably going to almost exhaust the H. F. A, B, D, J, C, P, C, X, F. Brown. Is it F? PCF. Fuck. Off to bed, dude. Have a good build. And I'll catch you later. Catch you later, man. I'll probably be streaming tomorrow as well. So we'll see you then, dude. It's probably like 1 a.m. at your time zone anyway. Have a good one. Polycaps PC. Don't really. It's very rubbery. It's not very hard. Does not really respond to pinching of nippers. Does respond well to a sharp blade and just pops out like that. No need for further cleaning or shaving, as polycaps most of the time are very well hidden. Now I've got the two halves of the torso. I almost don't even have to look to know that. H1. Take a quick photo. Alright, down to chopping your pieces. All right. I have to be a bit careful not to cut too deep or sand too deep, as there's a tiny bit of recessed and raised detail, and that's gonna somehow need to be puttied or something. It's like some sort of strap to hold the breastplate in or whatnot. Primer will pick that up, and then we'll know where to paint with that. I'm also making some beef jerky, so at some point I'll have to take a break to flip the jerky. Okay, cool. We'll chuck the polycap in that. Um, um, stay on for a sec. Drop the pot. One problem the frame arm girls always do have is the parts are just too freaking tiny. Oh, now where the fuck did I drop this bit? And just as I wrote that, I find it. Ridiculous. There we go. And glue this together. Putty it up. So put the glue all the way around. Make sure we got the correct orientation. Slight fingerprint on it on the shoulder. It's not a big deal. That's where the seam line is. And why is there a problem? Doesn't matter. I'll just squeeze the fuck out of it and hope it sets into place, which it does. Fuck yeah. Oh, here we go. The polycap inside doesn't look like it's 100% happy. Psh, here we go. Squished, and now it's happy. Bit of super glue. Ah, too much super glue. Not a problem. Mop it up before it becomes a mess. Okay. Settle that down. And we are 3 hours in. And yeah, it's starting to come together. We need to let that dry for a tad. Shit. No. We need to split quickly. Except we can't. So I forgot to do a step before it closes. I'm a bit of a silly bastard. Well, we'll get that part and we'll fix it. X. The X runner. Missing one polycat. Very silly. And it would be X1. X1. There we go. So yeah, again, part 2. Let that sit. And I have to split it and put it back together. Mistakes like that do who care. Okay, that's an interesting chess piece. Shouldn't be too hard to do. Yeah, man, that torso is so easy. So we'll see how that's going. It's a bit of putty on it. Has it completely fallen off? Still has articulation. I'll chuck some putty on it. And then we'll have a quick break. I need some toothpicks and Q-tip. Alright. Some toothpick business. Cool. Photo. Alright, supposedly. The chest unit next. We're going to need part J, part B. I'm not sure if that's a third bit or not. Another bit. It's probably this bit. And we need B and J. Smells pretty good. What did you find from the thing, Joe? Did you find from the thing, Joe? There's this kitty show like a virgin 12-year-old in Saudi Arabia. Doesn't exist for long. You tell me and I'll do it. I'll do the cook tray. I'll do the cook tray. I don't get that right. When I was cutting it for the biscuits you were eating, I sliced it thinly. You just like bite a big chunk of cheese. Yeah, I didn't chop it like that last time. I'm going to leave my own cook tray cleaned out after this. You like another piece of chili cheese? That was a very stern night. Sorry? Hello, and we are back. Hey, how long's the sign been? I've probably been a little more than 5 minutes. If that's the case, I apologise. Shit happens. Welcome back. How you going? We are working today on Innocentia, the frame arm girl. I'm doing a longish stream, trying to aim for about 8 hours to see how my endurance goes. And the idea is also to document a whole build in a couple of sittings on camera, including painting and everything else. That gives people in multiple time zones to swing past, say hello, especially during the Easter holidays where people are more likely to be home and get some time off to have a look and see how something like this works out. And I've been talking about methods, how I remove nubs, seam lines, planning builds out, all that sort of stuff. So going for a long haul video, yeah, occasional breaks are taken, but it works out. Now I've put together the torso. The head is completely finished, and we're going to have probably the upper torso done in the next 15 minutes or so. And then the rest of the session, I'm going to be focusing on building all the components. It's going to have seam lines, gluing it together, putting it, and whatnot. Endurance, nice. Best to have some snacks and water. Grabbed a bit of bourbon and coke. I did have some water beforehand, and I got some chili cheese and crackers. Bloody good cheese and crackers. So that's the way to go. My last beverage was largest water, so that's not too bad. I've got another laptop when things get a bit quiet. I've got a show playing in the background. I just thought during Easter, start to finish project would be nice and fun. And those worked out to be quite pleasant so far. Normally of holiday period and weekends and whatnot, I have work rostered and whatnot. This Easter is the first Easter in a very long time where I haven't worked. And besides the family dinner, I almost lost what to do. So thought this would be a bit fun since I haven't streamed in about 3 months, and I've got a nice setup of the camera and all the gear laid out. So it'd be a bit of a shame not to roll with it. And just something that I've always wanted to do. And I've always wanted to do a one sitting endurance challenge of building something very, very basic in a period of 12 to 14 hours between a sleep or whatnot. Thought that would be cool to do probably over the Christmas holidays or something like that. But with something longer than that, I thought if I had a mate in the studio, set up multiple cameras, it could be a backward-forward discussion thing. But that shall be worked upon. At the moment, with Frame Arm Girls, the anime being a thing, all the kits are re-released. I received Innocentia not long ago, a very, very recent kit. Thought it'd be cool to have a crack at getting her done. Nice box art job. And pumping a video out or something when it's all painted, said and done. It'd be absolutely hilarious if this is the first review on YouTube. And it's not even a snap build. But yeah, we will definitely see how things turn out. I am very happy to abort and not have it finished during the endurance challenge. When I lay down and go to sleep, I'll wake up and chuck on the camera and go for round 2. And we'll just keep going. A really long stream every day until Easter Monday. Finish it up, roll a video, edit it up on Tuesday, chuck it up. It's definitely very, very possible. So it's up in the air. It's not a definite promise, but it is definitely a possibility. So I've got a bit of glue on the chest. I'm going to have to try to buff that out. Oh, we got the paint off. It was a painted bit. That's interesting. Get a fucking painted bit, buff it a bit, and yeah, paint comes straight off. Paid a lot of money, and it would have been not a cheap part to have that paint on. Glad there's paint on it. That means I can take it off so I can paint it again later. Alright. So I had a tiny bit of super glue overlap on the chest component. Would leave a bit of a nasty texture. So that's all nicely done. There was a component that was in a separate bag. So this piece here, and it was all white on the back, and it had a little bit of a black component. And it didn't look like that it was a multi-pour from the mold. And when I sanded a bit off, it just took the paint straight off. There is also, being a frame arm girl, these heads. And they've already got the eye decal or paint put on and a bit of blush and whatnot. And there's also these components, the hips crutch area, and it has some sort of G-string, you could call it a G-string, painted on, which is also an embossed raised part. So that's going to have to be stripped and repainted for the best possible adhesion. Let's just check. Yeah, that's all dry. So that means it's not going to interfere too much. Not sure if that's the shoulder blades or glue. No, that's the shoulder blades. Ah, here we go. I was looking at the wrong end of the part. So let's keep cleaning up. That is for the collar. So you can see that I got a giant nub still in existence. It gets chopped again, sliced up, and being a flat piece, I'll hit it with the Tamiya file. Wonderful tool the Tamiya file is. Removes a large amount of G-string painted, but will it be stripped? You bet your ass it'll be stripped. Then reapplied. It's not going to stick well if it's sitting on top of paint. Yeah, glass files is what I'm really into at the moment. Very, very smooth, very, very fine. Does not clog in glass. Dip it in water, dip it in thinner, it doesn't matter. Regularly dipping it in thinner gives it a bit more lubrication. It glides and it just leaves a very nice, almost polished finish. We'll get these tiny shoulder blade components chopped up. The paint on the sexy thong. That thong though, thong. It's a pretty good thong. I think you just wanted me to say thong a heap of times. That's a lot of interesting emojis. Don't know where you picked that up. I understand with some Twitch channels, if you pay to subscribe to them or something like that, you can get some pretty exclusive emojis or little tags and whatnot. So that's it's pretty interesting. There we go. Stuck that in the back proportion. Don't want to lose them. That would be pretty shit. Another cracker. Also copying the line art. There we go. I just needed to check something quickly. That's pretty cool. Got the back going. Chuck in the two Shoulder components. We'll take a photo of its back. Was hoping you would pick up Cisco's Thong Song reference. No, I don't think I know that song. I'll have to look that up later. But if it's already painted, it doesn't seem smooth. It looks like it has a digital design. No, it's not. It's definitely almost like a pixel art or one of those shrine components on. But yeah, it's got like a series of blocks. You are right. Digital camouflage. And if we have a look at the reference material, it is the case. So it does look the same. Got the ruffle on. And some of these parts are just crazy small. Very clever though. Get the chest wagon going. Okay, it's supposed to look like that. Yes, correct. I'd probably move it around. It's a bit blurry on camera or something. It is a bit off-putting and weird at first, but it's kind of growing on me, so see how we go with it. I think the other one, what was the other one? Materia. I think Materia has a very straight, easygoing G-banger. Okay, so we're going to have to widen the holes here so it can snap in and pull out a lot easier. If it's too tight, then there's a potential when there's paint all over the place, it's not going to click in again later. There we go. And in theory, it should just pop out. Yes. That's the way to go. And we can put in the chest plate with the painted bit. There we go. That's it's looking pretty cool. And the chest has got up and down articulation, like the breasts can bounce or wobble around. Kodak Bakir does put a little bit of lewdness into their builds, funnily enough. And we've got the head and the body. It's very interesting. Chuck a reference photo in. Now, I have a bit of a study of the instructions. I'm probably going to run out a bit of time tonight to finish the assembly, so assembly will keep going over till tomorrow. But what I want to do tonight is make sure anything that is glued together and has a seam line that needs to be filled with putty gets done tonight and not so much later. And it looks like there's a lot. So there's I don't know. I'm gonna skip out on the lower torso. That could be done tomorrow. We'll do the hips. And we'll start working on the legs and see how that goes. So that should work out. And straight off the bat, there's already some tricky assembly. I like how with the parts for the left and the right, it actually says left and right. That makes life a bit easier. And actually, it's embossed on the model parts themselves. So we'll get the C runner. And we want component 1, 4, 8, and 7. One, 4, 8, and 7. We'll also require the G strings. And you can see that you've got the seam there. But I don't understand why the G component doesn't cross all the way there. Unless it's like some sort of weird C-clamp or that there's going to be something that... No, it actually stops. That's very bizarre. Strange design of underwear. I will not pretend to be an underwear expert. So it's yeah, very, very strange for a G-string. Oh shit. Got a bit of super glue on my mat. That's not good. Weird. Definitely, definitely. It's sort of like a C. I think it's called a C string. Sort of like it's a cup that goes around your genitals and up your crack. And there's no string, and it just holds in place with wire. It's Very, very interesting piece of lingerie. I'm sure if you Google around or look on eBay or something like that, it will appear. So I'm guessing it's like a C string, then an actual G string, but then it T's out, so it could be a T string. But it's clearly not a G string anymore. Um, not not too sure. Uh, oh yeah, I remember seeing those. Is this what they go for with this pixel string? I get pixel string. That's it. That's the new name. I like that pixel string. Yes, I guess that is definitely the case, but I think the pixel string seems to be an exclusive thing for Innocentia, and being quite interesting. I think I'll roll with it. With a bit of sanding, you could probably make the embossed detail go down and sculpt a G string, or just keep it a bit nude under there. The opportunities are truly endless. Well, I think design is very, very clever. So we've got about 3, 4 assembly bits that go together to create the articulation for the hip and leg movement. So we're cleaning that up at the moment. We're just about to assemble it. Piece down. Nuda, keeping something down there and let the imagination run wild. Absolutely agree. Um, I'm keeping the original design. I think that's interesting. Though, if you put some sort of skirting or shadowing or something, then who knows? Or, a bit of flock and it could be a big bushy bush. Bring back the 80s and whatnot. 70s, that sort of stuff. But I think that would be a bit off-putting for some. Could be a bit obscure. So, left. right. And that all goes together under tension, which is pretty neat. Guess I won't. No, it's not really a need to glue it. I think I will just as an insurance. And this bit goes in there, so we'll pop that out. And we get this bit. Chuck some, lol, that natural look. Yeah, you got me. Can't beat that. Alright. So, we'll slip that in. It's all glued instead of tension. The mechanic for making it so this part doesn't have to be glued is very, very impressive. I'm still going to defeat the purpose by gluing it together. There are plenty of seam lines that need to be worked on for these kits. No, there isn't that many. The hair you can get away with. It's really around the torso and each limb. That's all. Though interestingly, for those that really want to get rid of the seam lines and don't want to paint, Gunzi and Gaia Note. Gaia Note and Kodabaki got together, and Gaia Note has actually released a series of coloured putty that you can put on the seam line, sand back, and that putty is the exact same colour as the plastic, and once sanded back and polished, there's no more seam. And that's pretty cool, and all the colours that this putty comes into are only the colours that has seams running across the parts of these kits. So it's funnily enough that Kodo is aware of these seams and has teamed up to have them eliminated. But yeah, with anything, there is lots of seam lines, and if you don't get a lot of seam lines, then you're probably going to get a lot of parting, or not parting lines, mold lines. So shit. I'll crack out the glue again. We'll actually first need to take a photo. And photograph the process. Yes. Oi. Sorry about that. Yeah. That was an unexpected break. My cat tried to break in, and then had to sort some stuff out. So I have to get the orientation right again, and we'll jam some glue in. Now the cat wants out of the room. Very typical of a cat. Oh shit. Alright, so that works. There's another reason why it's painted. I got a tiny bit of glue and it sort of smudged the paint a bit. There's just one little issue, and I'll resolve that now that it's a bit too thick. Alright, you. What are you doing? Oh, you get the fuck out of there. Move. Come on. Oh, you cat. Ah. So this is the cat. She's humongous, she's fat, and she's troublesome. Got shit in her fur. Do a bit of a clean. No more cat. Cool. Now, this bit here does not run flash. It's a huge cat. It's a really, really big cat. She's normally quite shy around streams and video filming and whatnot, but she likes to come in every now and then and makes a point of being around. Very, very selfish creature, but very cuddly too. So the whole the hugeness. But yeah, she's definitely the biggest cat I've ever owned. It's not necessarily big or fat or anything, but yeah, she's quite big, but not as big as a Maine Coon. Those things are quite large. She's heavy too when she steps up and steps or sleeps on your sternum. Yeah, it's quite painful. So I'll keep turning this back until when I push it down, it's absolutely flush. But what I can also do is widen that gap a bit with the hobby knife. So it's a little wider, and we'll file this down like crazy. Except it popped out again. See how that fits. Not quite. Still splitting the seam a bit. Let's cut it instead. That's obviously filing it down is not enough. I'll modify this part. Had a cat too. She was small and quiet, but she gave me a weird look that was portrayed amusement and mocking. Yeah, this cat is very affectionate, and it normally looks at me if it's quite annoyed, or if it wants something in return, such as a feed or a drink or a snack or a hug or a warm place to sleep or a high place to stand or a small box or pedestal to call her own perch. One of the newer emojis on Twitch looks exactly like her. A bit of brown, bit of white, or a bit of light red, bit of white. It could have been a tortoiseshell breed. They're quite nice type of cat. There's one owned by one of the neighbours, and it sleeps on my yard. It's a very very cool cat. Though when it's sleeping near a window or something, the large one, her name's Ashley, she loses her shit over it. So quite a bit removed, fits perfectly now. It can go up and down, no problems. Don't even know if it's actually important that it goes that tight. And it might actually be I could have screwed up a bit. We will find out shortly. I put a little super glue down the seam line. And this way it stops the seam splitting at a later date. And then I put putty over the super glue once it's hardened up a bit. While we're waiting for that to happen, we'll cut off the next bit, because I'm just curious, which is B4 or D11. Fuck. I hate it when I'm given a choice. B4 or D11. D11, B4. Oh, one day, she just left and didn't return. She liked hanging around the backyard, never ventured beyond that. That's a bit tragic, but cats are free creatures. Sometimes they've got a need to be somewhere. Sometimes they move on. And yeah, if you, I hope one day you come across another cat, and that would be kind of cool. This one's a purebred, bought from a breeder. She's never actually stepped foot outside of the house because we've had a history of owning some nice cats, and we've actually had one pinched by a neighbour and had to recover it later. Once finding it roaming another neighbourhood, so we confronted that. So all of the family cats and now my cats have always been are always stuck for words. They've always been indoor. They've never left the house, and generally, I can guarantee their safety. They don't get hurt or anything like that. Sometimes there are some people out there that like to hurt animals and stuff, and I just want to make sure that doesn't happen. But I suppose it just all depends on the neighbourhood and all that sort of stuff. Okay, chuck on some putty. So it's got puttied, and it's yeah, done. I can now focus on the next part that needs to be glued together, and Well, I guess I've definitely officially broken my record for the longest stream that I've done before. So pretty happy about that. Been on live for 4.5 hours. Had to see the same had to see the same nurse when she ate a bit of putty. Oh, Jesus Christ. Um, when my cat was sleeping on the laptop that's running this, she sat on a bit of green stuff and ran around the house with it under her stomach. And she was very irritated for half the day. They didn't have the incline to roll over and lick it or bite it off or something. So I picked it up and felt something weird. So I turned her over and it was folded over into a big thing of fur. So I pulled it out, siped through it, and yeah, it was a strip of green stuff putty that was completely ruined. So I don't let her in here anymore in case she gets into any other mischief. So that was very, very amusing. Okay. 33 and 34. Pardon me. This has got a bit of a flash mark. We have a small joining seam here along all the way around. So that definitely needs to be resolved. Mold lines. So flash line, this part is created by a 3-part mold. So if the runner, molds go in 2 halves. So other areas it might be a sliding mold. Plastic is injected in, makes the sheet, the mold's part. Sometimes where the mold is touching in the 2 places and fills with plastic, a little bit of plastic seeps into the actual lines of the mold, leaving a mold line. Normally they're quite pronounced and large. Sometimes they're so tiny you can barely see them. The frame arm girls don't really suffer this too bad. You'll see them a lot more prominently in old and bad models than newer or nice models. They could sometimes be pronounced in gunpla, as they have a very shiny, high glossy surface. These lines are easily removed by just sanding them a bit. And being such a tiny stick of plastic, they just snap off and disappear with just a bit of sanding or wet sanding. So that's a mold line, and that's evidence that the whole process has been made, or the sheet of plastic with the parts on it, runners, sprue, and pieces have been created using the injection molding machine and technique. So I hope that explains something. Might be a bit hard to see on camera, but I saw it in the reflection of the plastic. Alright, so that's one piece cleaned up. And mold lines, unlike nubs or whatnot, are a lot more involved and time consuming to get rid of, because if you don't sand evenly across the surface, some of the mold line can still be seen, or the flash line, in areas that you haven't quite reached. And once you've built enough kits and looking at the kits, you have an understanding of mold making and molding techniques, you can almost actually predict where faults like nubs, mold lines, injector pins, that sort of thing will appear. And you can sort of get an idea when you look closer and go, I think there's an injector pin there. You look closer and go, yep, it's right there. Normally, injector pin marks appear in areas that are inside of the model, that when 2 parts are glued together, you don't see it anymore. So, if I come across one on this kit, I'll show it off for sure. And the final layer to polish. So I go via my 3 grits. Uh, Getting tired. That's alright. Keep going. Well, it's been fun, but I gotta go. Gotta go to attend Mass for Good Friday here. I'll see you later if you're still on. If I'm not on, I'll be on many hours later. It is a long weekend thing. Have fun at Mass. And thank you very much for watching and asking some questions and contributing. I'll stick around for the next lot to drop past. Fucking flies out of fucking nowhere. Hey. Oh. Nub free Friday? I didn't even see when that appeared. Uh, Not quite. Lots and lots of nubs, lots and lots of seams. Still going strong. Still surprised I'm still streaming. Surprisingly, I've gotten really, really far with this project today. Pretty happy about that. Time for the coffee 6 drip. More like bourbon and coke, but funnily enough, I'm not much of a coffee drinker. More of a teetotaler. That's definitely direction I definitely go in. But yeah, definitely do admit to getting a bit tired. So what I've decided to do is, in this session, I'm not going to be able to finish this or finish the construction. So far, I'm only gluing things that needs to be puttied and seams removed. So tomorrow, I can sand them. I can assemble and sand and snap the rest of the components, and hopefully chuck some primer and maybe a bit of base coating. And hopefully by Sunday and Monday is painting, detailing, assembly, hand painting, decals, everything. Though, mind you, getting this far is pretty impressive. So that means the stream's been running for about 5 hours 40 minutes, and I've watched about 4.5 hours of Chobbits, according to the DVD player, obviously. Good anime. Really enjoying it. It's one of those ones that I watched when I was a lot younger and enjoyed, and I think I watched it a few times because I only had limited DVDs. Now revisiting it, it's pretty good. I oh, take photos of this. You can actually see all the nubs here. That's probably why he said nubs. No nubs Friday. And I piffed some on the floor too, so that's not all of them. Okay. Eye runner. Never seen bare feet on a styrene kit before. It was a bit weird to me at first, but now it's like, bare feet. If it's bare feet, it's gonna have all smooth, roundish feet. So how it's gonna stand, I've got no fucking idea. We'll find out. Oh God, we'll find out. I've just received a package that equates to about a year's worth of work. At some point this week, I lost control of the better part of my senses and ordered the 1/72 Dora rail gun kit. Only 2,000 pieces to fit and paint. Jesus, that's it's big impressive. I've seen that done. A few people have a crack at that. I've met a gentleman that has had a go at the 35th version. That is definitely quite a crazy kit, and a year's work, if you're very dedicated and steady at it, is reasonable. Though once motivation's lost, it can definitely stretch out a lot longer than that. It's almost, you can't even call it a ground or AFV kit, but it probably, the amount of effort, parts, and self-discipline, it's more like one of those big ship kits. It's absolutely crazy, but when that gets done, I would love you to send me a picture. I think that would be very, very interesting and intense. But yeah, the Dora, Jesus, it must have been quite a sight to see it assembled in real life, deployed, and fire. I think that would have been quite interesting, even though tactically and historically it was a bit of a pain to operate for the Germans and did not really provide any sort of tactical value. Nonetheless, it's huge and interesting. That would have been a great propaganda machine and scared the hell out of cities and countries. In the end, it took something like 6 months to deploy, move, and set up before firing, and for how quickly World War II was progressing and moving the borders and whatnot, it did not quite work out. Yet, if that was the sort of thing that had the First World War, that could have been quite deadly. 35th Dora is my Grail kit, but I'll need to get a place with another bedroom just for that. When I saw someone display that at the Model Expo, they needed a whole trestle table by itself to display it. And I think there's been a couple over the 12, 13 years I've been attending. It is definitely something to behold, but yeah, you literally need a whole desk, trestle table, or a dining table just to display the thing. It is modular and comes apart for transportation and whatnot, but it's definitely quite a beast. Yeah, but buying a house for it is not unreasonable. Ooh, 5 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, I can never even imagine the logistics required for the actual gun, let alone the feeling of being anywhere near it when it was fired. The I don't remember if it was Dora or Thor. They were very similar. One was deployed to help break the siege of Stalingrad. And by the time it was packed up, transported on rail, set up and ready to go, the Russians were already breaking out, and there was risks of that ground breaking. So they dismantled it and sabotaged it by blowing up key components and whatnot, so the Soviets wouldn't capture it and reassemble it. And there were other very similar ones deployed across Europe, and a lot of those were eventually destroyed by the Germans themselves. Again, due to how quickly the battles were being deployed to prevent enemies getting their hands on it. I think one was also used for Leningrad, and that was successfully deployed and fired upon the city and whatnot. But yeah, I think eventually most of them were sent Eastern Front wise and would have been destroyed out there. Probably reason why there probably isn't any surviving of them. But with the ammo that that cannon lobbed were literally the size of a smaller car, like a Golf or a Toyota Yaris or something. The shells alone were many hundreds of kilos. The explosion from it would be quite impressive. Though, pretty much with missile technology today, back then, being a lot less accurate, obviously, it would have a very similar outcome and could shoot over an entire nation. So you could be from Germany, shoot over Belgium to hit France or something. Yeah, they're many hundreds of kilometers. Yeah, 6 hours in. There we go. It's definitely a record-breaking stream. All of the great insane weapons from Germany and the Soviets during World War One and Two just amazes me every time I find new ones. Goal is in 6 years to have a 4x6 layout with the Dora, Leopard, Carl, um, Garrett, and two and various support vehicles. Have all the kits. Just have to drink more coffee and not sleep again. Yeah, that I've got 72nd Carl. I don't think and I think I might have the Leopold, or I might be getting one. I'm not too sure. But I think that'd be a great project and have them all sort of like almost in the train yard or something, ready to be deployed. Have some little miniatures carrying shells and gear and all sorts of crazy stuff. Okay. Alright. We've got a couple of more components to assemble. And then I will be calling it a night. So I've got four more pieces to stick together. And then it's it. It's good. It's done. So we'll do the first four, which is 9 and 25 for some reason. Realistically, I will turn into a 20-year project. Uh, Build up some resources, do what you can, and once you dedicate yourself to it, you'll be surprised how quickly you can chip away at it. Generally, when I do models, instead of psyching myself up, sitting down and concentrating on trying to do something and scheduling days and whatnot, I aim to model either every day or once every couple of days. And it doesn't matter if I sit down with my workshop set up and whatnot, do 20 minutes and then run out to work or shop or clean or cook or whatever. At least I've done something small. And if you do throughout the week between work and other activities, 20 minutes here, 5 minutes there, a few hours all over the place, if you're tired or whatnot, you get quite a bit of modelling done. And at first you sit down and you're sort of like, I just don't feel like it. I'm not keen. I want to sit on Facebook, play a video game, watch a movie, something easier than modelling. But once you psych yourself up, sit down and start hacking at it, you get into it. And there's been a few times when I've really engrossed myself, look at the time and go, oh shit, it's almost 10 p.m. Better go to sleep for an early start at work tomorrow. So it's just a case of getting the discipline to sit down and model a little more frequently and not get distracted with things that are very easy to play around, like your Facebook and video games and just general procrastination. 5 more minutes on Facebook, half an hour more on this video game, and all that sort of stuff. I think that generally does a thing. And I've just sunk through 5 hours of Choppets, so I'm going to have to swap the DVDs around. Yeah, I typically spend the week before any vacation planning out all the work I'm going to get done on kits, and then the vacation comes and all I do is sleep, play World of Tanks, and watch YouTube and barely touch any models. Yeah, it's very easy to do, but I suppose you just need some time during your holidays or, as said, overseas vacation. It's just a case of a bit of discipline, but modelling should be done during your work times as well as your holiday and rest times. You just get that little more done, and it's very rewarding when you look back a year's worth of work or after the holidays and you go like, oh, I've done sleep, or you look at the models you've done and go, yeah, I've finished a couple of models. And it's just a little bit. You can still do a shit ton of sleeping and you can still play lots of World of Tanks and stuff. Just all you have to do is the 20 minutes here, 20 minutes there, every day, every other day, and occasionally just really jump into a few heavy sessions. Don't know why this DVD is a bit louder than the other ones. Okay, back to the model. Man, when I upload this stream to YouTube, that's going to take a little while. I wonder how long it takes to render and upload. 6 hours or 7 hours. Okay. Okay, 22 to 26. Well, in theory, that should be it. I'm gonna have to blow my nose quickly. It's getting a bit cold. I'm probably getting close to my limit. I got heaps done. Q8 Samsung. Hello, Alan. Hello, how are you? It's very early in the morning. Hope things are all doing very well. We got some sort of like a Jason mask or some sort of thing going on there. I'm fine, thanks. Fantastic. I've been on air for 6.5 hours. I'm actually slowly wrapping up. I've got a couple of parts to clean up, glue together, putty, then I'll be shutting down. So I'm hoping I won't be on for any more than 30 minutes. And the goal is to document the entirety of this build in under video. And I've started this on Good Friday, and I'm hoping the model will be finished before the end of Easter Monday. And we are building Frame Arm Girl Innocentia. It's a very, very new kit recently released. And I thought with the ample free time, which I don't normally have over a holiday period, I would build a kit. Is this resin? No, this is a Kotobukiya styrene kit. It's a line that they've been pushing for a couple of years, and it's completely styrene, and it's at the moment in the center of a TV show. I've built one of these before. As soon as I remove this last nub, I'll pull it out and show you what it looks like. These are designed to be highly customizable and to market Kotobukiya's massive line of aftermarket parts, weapons, accessories, all that sort of thing. So the idea is to spend a bit of bank on all of their extra bits and pieces and sort of do your own custom girl or mecha girl or whatnot. And at the moment, since I kind of really do dig the whole pastel box arts, I've been painting them based off that. the TV show is also purely, or the anime is also purely to market the toy line as well. Though the last time Kotobukiya did something like this, or sorry, another company did something like this, it was Sega and the Busushikis. And they, by the time the anime came out, the toy line was not doing too well and already completely discontinued. And when the anime came out, it was very, very it was popular again. So the toys were very, very rare. I am a big fan of your work. Thank you very much. It's glad to have some feedback. Yeah. I'm glad to know that there's some followers and people that appreciate the stuff that's done. And I thought doing some streaming would be pretty interesting to get a chance to say hello and interact real time, whatever time zone around the world with whoever cares to watch me. Not quite right. Okay, so we've got like that. This is a bit of a predicament. To get over it, I'm going to do a bit of cutting. Right. There we go. Now it should fit like a glove. So I'm going to get that thing I was talking about. This is the first one I made, Gorai. So it's a complete armor girl. And I painted her to look like the box art, so there's a bit of shadowing and whatnot, though the camera and the light work is not the best. And this one is another variant or product of the same line. Put her back. She doesn't want to stand for some reason. Yosef. On YouTube. Static grass question. Stay on for a second. I'll pull that out for you. This is the brand. Summer Blend, 50 grams, scenery from ground up by Ground Up Scenery. Product number 272. So just remember, Ground Up Scenery, and the bag looks like that. Very good I was able to catch up with you, because I completely forgot that you asked about that stuff. Yeah, thank you very much, Joseph, for supporting the channel and contributing to the Q&A regularly. It's you are one of my you are one of my followers that I do definitely remember. I ordered this. Let's have an open. New tab. Gale Force 9. Gale Force 9 is a product I use as well. Very nice. Though a lot like their other wargaming stuff, it's very green, very vibrant. It's not as yellow as the stuff I've used. But again, when you apply it, if it's too green, you can pull out your airbrush and just dust on very, very thin yellow paint and maybe a bit of sand and just lighten it up a bit once it hits the base. But Gale Force 9's probably one of the more affordable flocks out there. They do very large quantities and sell it everywhere to sort of beat the prices of other modelling mobs and whatnot. I find their putty and styrene to also be very, very good value. They've sold some of their stuff in the wargaming shops and modelling shops in my country as well. So yeah, it's not too bad. It is a very, very decent product. Though the other stuff I had, they just have a very nice range of colours in their flocks and static grass. I remember the first time being introduced and using static grass by the Warhammer people and just being amazed at how effective in small clumps it looked on little wargaming bases. There we go. Yeah, static grass is some pretty interesting stuff. Just crack out. So, Alan, why you do not recommend using static grass applicator? I had a go at it. It's very good for large surfaces and for people that do model railway layouts when they want consistency of grass height over a large surface. Pardon me. A little harder to do a stream than a video because you can't really edit yourself there. Pardon me again. Not a big fan of the applicator. They're quite expensive. I think the one I was looking at was about $40 to $60. It's good for doing a large surface wherever you put the glue down. But I like to have clumps of grass where grass can grow and grass can't. And I feel that I've got, thank you very much, I feel I've got so much more control using tweezers and putting clumps in little different areas. If you're doing a diorama bigger than an A4 piece of paper, it might start having applications and you do static grass regularly. But if you do the small bases, vignettes, dioramas that I do, and you don't do it that often, it probably isn't that worth it. And actually trying it and using it, it was cool, but just something I don't prefer. I do recommend if you get a chance to try to use one before you buy it, definitely jump off the opportunity and have it a go. But if it intrigues you enough that you really want to get it and try it out, go for it. Just something that I'm not really into or up to because there's other interesting toys and tools and gear I want to buy and play with and adapt to my modeling. Some people are just really heavy and into their dioramas. So yeah, not my piece of cake. But I think what I should have done was I had the opportunity to test it. I could have brought a camera along and filmed the process, and that would have made a nice little video. That could have been very, very cool. I see. Yeah, it's some people like to do things that I'm not a big fan of. That's completely cool, and I respect that. And there's some things I really like to do that other modelers don't like. Sort of Vallejo paint is a good example. I just really dislike it, and from what I need from a paint and how a paint reacts and sits, I have a certain amount of requirements how I think paint should behave. I don't think Vallejo acts within my interests, but for other people, uh, it's perfect. I have a small question, Alan. Ask away. It's a perfect opportunity. You do have my attention now, and these little mini, more private, intimate Q and A's are definitely for everyone out there that's want to do stuff. So ask as many questions as you like, mate. Go for it. I'm just sorry I'm sneezing. It's just come across me very recently. AK Interactive. Yes, 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 yes. I know what that is. It's meant to be an equivalent of a fine pigment, high gloss. This product mentioned as enamel paint. That would probably make more sense than being a polyurethane based. Generally, with your finely ground metallics, it carries and spreads a lot easier in a stronger solvent, and definitely if it's going to etch. Supposedly, they're meant to be very, very good. I've heard reports, but I have not had the opportunity to try it out or see a model finished with it with my own eyes. Generally, but it's not when I use Tamiya enamel thinner. I can't clean it. That's very bizarre. If the website claims that it's enamel, and AK, as far as I'm aware, does only polyurethane based, and you've added Tamiya enamel thinner, and it's turned into a jelly or just a sludge or slurry that doesn't quite work, then that could be a bit interesting. I can clean it with Mr. Color Lacquer. Alright, that's getting very, very weird. Maybe it's very similar to Tamir and Gunzi acrylic. If it reacts to lacquer, it's probably acrylic based, but acrylic solvent and not polyurethane solvent based, because lacquer and polyurethane just really reacts badly as well as with enamel. That means it's not enamel, right? If it does not react to that, it's not enamel. And there is quite a possibility that you've come across a mistake on their website. I do find the AK stuff and the Vallejo stuff to be very, very strange. So, yeah, you've come across something that's very interesting there. I'll just check that link one more time. Extreme Metal Bronze 30mm. 30mm high quality metallic color developed with outstanding pigment and especially formulated for the modeler to achieve the best result, resistance to all kind of weathering. With ultra high coverage power, high sheen, there is no need to prime due to its resistance, and you can varnish without altering its glossiness. That's weird to say. They are quite simply the highest quality metallic paints ever seen. That is a really, really crazy claim to make. I do not see anywhere here that says it's enamel. It says it doesn't need primer, so it could be lacquer based, or it could be polyurethane based. I'm going to go to the extreme metal page and see if there's a little more information. Which there isn't. What I'm going to do, this perplexes me. The fact that they claim it's the best metallic, I'm very skeptical of that. And that you've had a bit of a journey experimenting with it. I think I'll go out, buy some, and do a test with the airbrush, hand painting, and see if it's any good and exactly nut out what sort of base it is. Might even do a tad of research on it. You left me with a little interesting bit of homework. I'll see if I can explore it a bit further, and if it really is it's a nice product. I would actually like to try it out. If it's reacting to lacquer, so it could be lacquer based, and it's really nice, and it sells it in 30 ml amounts, that could be really, really cool. I'm actually kind of keen to try it myself. Okay. Alright, so widen the holes. And we're almost approaching 7 hours on stream. Okay. Whoa, 7 hours. Yeah, almost 7 hours on the stream in about 5 minutes from now. I've also been watching a little anime while doing so. I've got Chobbits on the DVD player. And in that 7 hours, all I've assembled the parts here. So completely cleaned, assembled, glued together, putty applied, not sanded. And I want to see in a few sessions like this, all the way up to Easter Monday evening, if I could actually finish this model at in that time. This is to me a extra thin cement. To me, extra thin cement quick type or quick setting. I've done a video on this on my channel. It's extra thin. It dries so quickly when you put the two parts together. It just bonds and dries instantly. I find it to be a bit too quick to dry for that. So what I like to do is put a little cement on a part. Then I put a bit more cement, the quick type, on top of that. And it works a bit like an accelerant. And it makes the glue dry so fast. I could start sanding seams and parts and handling it within a very short period of time. Oh, there we go. That went nicely. So yeah, it's sort of ultra thin cement, but not quite. Okay. CA glue. Yeah, I use the CA glue on top of the seam, and that's because sometimes with Gundam and these snap kits, they're under so much tension. Where you cement it, it's a bit weak, and after you paint it and leave it, it starts to split after a while. I just realised that my Zoid's Gojulus is in 1/72nd scale, which means I have to make room on the layout for him to come charging um, all the railguns. Hell yeah, man! Gojulus, all the Zoids are 72nd. That would actually be really, really fun and cool. Sort of almost like a museum layout. You know, you get all the big cannons, maybe the American atomic cannon, and then you get the Gojulus lined up with it. That could be very, very, very cool. I definitely approve of mixing all of those together. I'm actually working on a 72nd Gundam at the club, which I bought a resin kit for. And I think, yeah, putting that with my 72nd tanks is a bit fun. Oh, shit. Too much. I'll let that dry a bit. Need to put a bit of putty on the feet. We'll close the cement because I'm done with that. This is Mr. Dissolve Putty. Okay. Suppose I'm going to start packing up a bit. I'll be on for another 5 or so minutes. I'll make sure that I leave everything a bit timed. What's the curing time for this putty? It's very, very quick. I find that it skins over and hardens, or it dries slowly, but it hardens really, really quick. So it takes about 15-20 minutes to skin and sort of not be wet, but it dries hard in about a few hours. So I'd say in about 5 hours, maybe slightly less, 4 hours on good conditions, it's ready to harden. The putty, though, is very, very soft. It is a little softer than styrene, so when you're sanding, if you sand too hard, you can wear out the putty before you wear out the plastic. So I like to, super glue is very hard. It's harder than plastic. I like to put a little super glue over the seam than this. Normally with seam lines, I would use Squadron. Because this kit is so tight fitted, it's super glued than this. Something like Gundam, military, I'd use super glue and Squadron. But yeah, it's very quick. I need to find a source for that putty in the United States. Best way I reckon to get it is eBay, correct? And another way to do it is off any online hobby shop based in Hong Kong. They're willing to do dodgy shipping, sometimes even fill out your own declaration form. And other times, yeah, you can do your own declaration form. And other times I'll just do surface shipping. Justin Builds, Alan! Justin, what's good, man? Pineapple goes on pizza. Sorry, dude. Justin, mate, I've been on. It's too bad. I've been on stream for about 7 hours, man. It's the longest time I've been in front of camera. And believe it or not, I know Jimbo and the other guys won't believe it. I've been really well behaved. I haven't done anything crazy or stupid or whatnot. So, absolutely insane. Though I've been working on, this bad kit. I've started on Good Friday, and the goal is to have it built, painted, finished by Easter Monday evening. It is what it is, my dude. I didn't know that you were doing this. Hey, the day is still young, my friend. Yeah, it's 6 in the morning here. Fuck, I'm gonna go sleep for a few hours. Gonna go up, do stuff, and maybe a bit after lunch, early afternoon, I'm gonna start doing this again. So it'll be pretty big, but it's almost dawn, and I haven't slept a wink. But since I've got 4 days, no family commitment, no work commitment, nothing, it's sort of just running off my own schedule. Though due to my work schedule and whatnot, I have modelled and done this under these conditions, mostly doing night shift. And as soon as I return to work on Tuesday, it's night shift, so I can afford to wake up 1 in the afternoon, get ready, have a shower, go to work. I do love my work schedule. Yes, if I'm up, I'll definitely be checking it out. I'll put something up on Facebook, so it's not a problem at all. It should pan out very, very well. I'm also making a humongous batch of jerky, so I'm going to go hit the kitchen soon, take the jerky off, clean the dehydrator, and then, yeah, jump in bed, fap, something, whatever. Yeah, so whiteboard, DVD. I made a royal fucking mess. Skinned over enough, I guess. And yeah, I suppose I could leave everything like this. I'll quickly putty these legs up, take 2 photos, then it's yeah, sayonara. It's all done. I haven't had the chance to do more streaming. I've been so busy with work and other commitments. It's crazy, as well as working on that new business I started. It's been turning over and doing all right. I can't complain whatsoever. We should totally set up a Google Hangout sometime. Get a bunch of the guys together, all model and whatnot in front of a camera, chuck it on a stream or something, and just go absolutely crazy. I was talking to a chap named Japanese Sandman. I was hanging out with him and Robot Adventures in Japan. Went to this really shitty izakaya pub and just rocked out and made a video. We just got really drunk off these Dr. Pepper highball cocktails. They'll just charge you $2, whole can of Dr. Pepper, 2, 3 shots of whiskey in it, and it was balling. So he pulled out his little Transformers, and we were filming shit and talking shit and eating and just getting hammered. It was really funny. It's good to hear. Staying busy is always good, man. Oh, yeah, it's insanely. I I find time for the hobby because I'll do like 20 minutes here, 5 minutes there, an hour there. If I get free time, I don't play video games ever anymore. If I'm woken up or gonna go to work and I've done my shower, breakfast, all that sort of stuff, and if I got like 20, 30 minutes, I'll like crank up the airbrush and I'll probably base coat something or just fiddle around here for a short period of time. And then as soon as it's really close, 10 minutes before I have to run out the door, I'll flash out the airbrush or start tying up, do my photos, and yeah, run out the house. Take some photos. Justin, what time is it in your neck of the woods right now? So I suppose that would be very interesting. It's 6:30 in the morning here. Yeah, I hear that, man. I try to model whenever I can after the baby and all. It's tough to find time to invest long periods of modeling. Yeah, man. Talk to Scott. He's like king of modeling, doing competitions, and all of his other stuff, and having a kid. He really knows how to do it. 4:30 p.m. Fuck, that's like that's a fuck time zone, man. 6:30 a.m., 4:30 p.m. I don't even know how to calculate that or whatever. That's insane. You're settling in the afternoon. I'm fucked and about to go to sleep. It's real crazy. You know, I had no idea Scott had a kid until last week. Yeah, man. He's had shit about it on Facebook up there in times. So just ask Google, Alan. Fuck Google. Uh, that's okay. Yosef, 11:30 p.m. And you're in. Oh, I don't remember. You're in. Was it Denmark, Yosef? I can't remember. I'm very sorry. I hope I haven't offended you. But yeah, yeah, it's just all around the world. That's why I thought if I did a really, really, really long stream, I'll just get a chance to catch up with. Doesn't matter who's around the world, who's logging on. QA. Oh, so sorry, dude. I got the absolute wrong part of the world. Yeah, QA. Interesting. Interesting angle of the world. Yeah, no, that's That's really, really cool. So I'm taking this final photo. Thank you very much, guys. You've really made my day night. It was a really good stream. I'll definitely carry this on tomorrow or today. I'm going to go sleep for about 5-6 hours. Carry on some stuff. So I'm hoping if it's 6:30 a.m. now, I'm thinking somewhere between 2 and 5 p.m. I might jump on. So let's go for about 10 to 12 hours or 9 to 11 hours. I'll be back. Thank you, Alan. Thank you very much, Josip. Thank you, Justin. Thank you, everyone else. And yeah, I'll catch you all later. Good night, and yeah, good stream.